I see my big giant head. Hi, everybody, it's Big Ed Mustafa. Welcome to another edition of Adventures After Dark. I'm your host here on Lotro Stream. It's another Friday night, and I am excited to be back. Always excited to play after I missed a week. Although I have been playing Lotro this week, I missed streaming last Friday, so I am glad to be here. Aurora Ember checking in. Hello, Aurora Ember. The reprise for being first in stream, you'd be it. Fortunately, there's not, so you'll just have to enjoy the sound of my rambling voice, I guess. And perhaps the refreshing sound of a Coke Zero being cracked open. That's right, I'm hitting the sauce early tonight. I got a fresh bottle right here. Mrs. Mustafa was not here to bring me a Coke Zero. I had to fetch that myself. And unfortunately, she's still out shooting high school football pictures tonight and hopefully not getting tackled by any linemen. Hopefully, she learned her lesson the last time that happened. I will be continuing the adventures of my namesake character on Crick Hollow. He's Big Ed Mustafa. He's level 98 with a bullet, and he has just finished up Western Rohan. I think Zinger and I have kind of angled towards Fangorn, and I hate to admit it, the idea of going and doing Fangorn is not that exciting. I think I'd rather go into Western Gondor. Ooh, I have some. I might chase it with some rum. That's a terrific idea for a Friday night, Aurora Ember. And I hope everybody out there watching can enjoy a cool, refreshing beverage of their choice, with or without rum added. It's your decision. As long as you're 21 or older, or pretty sure you won't get caught. Goofy Old Lady checking in. Hello, Goofy Old Lady. Welcome. What have we been doing? I am in Thorin's Hall. One of the things that I do when I am not streaming is what I call character maintenance. And I think I was just cleaning up some inventory stuff and distributing some Baggins' birthday. Fantastic. We do have new mail. Let's see what it is. Singer sent me some stuff. I think he wants to make sure I'm all set for 100th level. So I've got a sword, and I've got a new Guardian's belt. They are both level 100, which is adorable that he thought he needed to send me third agers, because he should know by now that as soon as I hit 100th level, I'll be dragging his butt out and we'll be trying to do roving threats together. So, bless him for trying to avoid that, but it's not going to work. So, I am's what I am's, as Popeye would say. Or I think it's, I am's what I am's. Okay, I admit it, my Popeye imitation needs some work. I have not heard a Popeye cartoon in a few decades. In fact, I don't even remember liking Popeye much when I was a kid. Although, I must have liked Popeye to some degree because, I hate to admit it, but Mrs. Mustafa is a little bit like Wimpy. For a hamburger on Monday, she would gladly pay me Tuesday. A woman likes cheeseburgers. One of the things I have been working on, I think I'm pretty close to completing. Am I burning? I'm burning. Only 2 hit points per second, which isn't bad. But it's funny when you like click, it draws you into the fire. I'm still burning. I would like to not be burning. There we go. Hopefully I'm still close enough to complete my crafting. So I have 1 medium ingot, I'm going to need about 10 of them.
Howdy.
Zinger, how the heck are you?
Fine. How you doing?
Not too bad. Although I have to confess, I was just saying that I don't know I'm all that excited about launching into Fangorn. And I was kind of hoping to gauge your opinion, whether you thought Fangorn or Western Gondor would be better.
I would say Western Gondor. Yeah, there's not
Yeah,
much really like Fangorn. It was kind of just a little. Uh, it's really only useful like if you wanted to unlock the crafting instances, or if you really want to like grind for that for a chance to get a cosmetic trait.
both of those do sound super exciting,
I know.
he said
It,
sarcastically.
it's essentially a long chain of dailies. That's really what Durn Dingle area is about.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. In fact, I hate to say it, but as completionist as I am on my champion on Arkenstone, I don't even think. I think Galadriel still has a quest unfinished out there.
Yep.
It was just like. I just never quite got the point to finishing all that, and for me to say that is something. Um, how's your week been going?
It's good. We got the our town has like our garage sales this weekend, so I'll be busy working at a garage sale this weekend.
Cool.
So been doing a lot of like pulling stuff out and cleaning off some tables for it and whatnot.
Sounds like fun.
How has your week been?
Week's been pretty good actually. Other than having work contact me when I'm not on call. But other than that, it's been a good week. Mrs. Mustafa brought home Caribbean food yesterday. We got to enjoy some braised oxtail, and I actually got an airplane flying that I hadn't gotten flying in a while, so I was happy about that. And yeah, it's been good.
Nice. Did you bring home some rum with that?
No, no, just the oxtail. Although I think Aurora Ember mentioned that she was planning on adding some rum to some delicious crisp Coke Zero.
Oh yeah, that would make things a little more entertaining.
Yeah, I think if you're drinking, I'm probably more interesting. That's just a hunch I have. May not be true, or it may require more liquor than is advisable to consume. Possibly both. But
It would just be like an hour into the stream, and you would be like wearing some Jack Sparrow pig like hairdo going on and going, where has the rum gone?
that might explain the ambient effect of my streams, though. Maybe the reason everybody passes out so early is because they have to drink, so I seem more interesting. That kind of makes sense. Hello, Hard Hit. Welcome, welcome. And Diego's checking in. Hello, Diego. Good to see you again. I thought I would start with crafting right off the bat tonight. Not positive. I think Big Ed might be getting done with making a Westimate Master of the Guild.
Hello, chat. Yeah, there's a slight slight possibility that during the week of absence, I may have gotten a little rep with Dol Amroth, and I may have gotten the port there, and I may have gotten the first stager.
Well, that is all good news. I'm
I,
low
re-
on coal.
I realized that apparently, at least on this server, I have like some stars of merit. So I realized that apparently you can trade two essence reclamation scrolls, which are like 300 stars of merit, for a first stage symbol. So I was like, oh, why not?
Oh, that makes it easy.
I don't really do essence stuff, so I don't really have a need for the scrolls. I mean, it was essentially the cost of an Amphalos Starlit Crystal, I suppose, from that vendor that would sell it for 300 stars of merit.
Oh, I got your third age 100th level belt and sword in the mail. I was kind of chuckling because I was like, I wonder why Zinger sent these, because he should know me well enough by now that as soon as I hit 100th level, I'll be dragging him out for roving threats.
That's very true.
That's all right.
Uh,
It'll give me something to fight roving threats with.
yeah, it's something to
What
level to
help may I
decon
be
the
to you?
legacies. Since you gotta have a level 95 plus legendaries to be able to get legacies for those when you get your first leaders.
Yep.
Yeah, for some reason I don't know why, because these don't really do anything. I've been doing some of these Dolama dailies. Like, they don't give any the like the various faction things because they don't really give me experience,
That
so
was
I don't have to
always
worry about
kind of a weird. That felt unfinished to me. Now that you're saying it,
yeah.
and I'm thinking about it, it's like I always kind of thought they were going to come back and revisit that and do more with it, and it's like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, they don't really have a point. I mean, you can get like some tokens and trade them in for like the gear here, I guess, and some essences, but
Well, that's
I
true.
don't really care about doing that. But
What
it does look like I can trade in things for like the scroll of delvings and empowerment scrolls. Not many, but at least it's nice to get like your scroll of delving here.
my champion got the Swan Knight armor, the heavy armor, and it is pretty cool looking. I actually saved that as a cosmetic on Arkenstone. So that's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know it's worth grinding all of those quests. But when you're waiting for, what is it, Central Gondor to get added, it was at least something to do at the time. Which unfortunately is a lot of what those dailies ended up being was time sinks more than anything else.
Yeah, and like finishing off the deeds for doing the you know like the dailies and the things in the instance doesn't really get you any reward.
Hard Hit's asking, can you get belts with stars? I thought it was only weapons. Uh, the gift givers brands are only good for weapons, but apparently you can get. Yeah, I think Zinger said he traded for the first age symbol he needed so that he could craft a. You're on a hunter.
Yeah, I crafted my bow. I don't have a weapon yet. I mean the melee weapon.
The bow, yeah.
I figure might as well. I don't know. Sometimes it feels more rewarding crafting your own legendary because it's like, wow, this is the one time that crafting is like actually useful.
Yeah, crafting doesn't totally suck. Also, one of the things that kind of struck me, I was running around on Crick Hollow yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday, but I played a little bit of Lotro, and I was on some of my lower level tunes. I did 10 more points of fishing on my burglar here on Crick Hollow, and finished up a couple of deeds in the Lone Lands, bog lurkers and trolls. And I was thinking about the fact that on no server ever have I ever done a cooking guild character. And that might be something I need to add to my to do list. And I've been told that it's actually useful, that people like getting the crafting guild recipes for their cooks. And apparently, some players craft to make money. Apparently, food is marketable still. So, most people don't want to bother to grind to make it, so they'll actually just buy it from the auction hall.
I did not realize that the crafting guild was useful for a cook.
That was news to me, too. It may turn out to be a damnable lie, but it's an excuse to roll up a new character, so we'll see.
Unless somehow they can make like bulk food and it makes it a little quicker or something. As far as I know, like the special foods I thought were all like just like legendary boost or something that don't really mean much in the world.
A goofy old lady says, yes, that would be interesting to watch your bags fill up quicker, Ed. Yeah, a cooking character would definitely do it, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure there's some bulk recipes and some different things that are handy.
And cooking guild is quite can be quite painful. So many different ingredients required for their I think they call them repast or something like that for their tokens.
Well, it looks like I still have about 30,900 rep points to gain with the Metalsmiths Guild, but I think that might be reachable next week. We'll see. In any event, that finishes me for crafting for the night, so we've got a Tedment out of the way, and we haven't even met up yet.
Nice.
Well, I am at Thorin's Hall, which is about as far away from Western Gondor as I can be. So let me see what I have for travel points. Helm's Deep, Altberg, Forlaw, Snowborn. Well, it looks like they started the Baggins' birthday event.
Yep. And I think maybe the pirate thing is still going on over the weekend.
Oh, Talk Like a Pirate. Yeah, that's a fun one. I think Little Ed on Brandywine might be the only character I've actually completed that on.
It's a worthy endeavor to do once or twice.
I agree.
Maybe at least once on a server to get the cosmetic.
Freelancer checking in. Hello, Freelancer60. Welcome, welcome.
But yeah, the fun thing with those the warband things is like for classes like Hunter, they can just get both of their allies just because it works on weapons. And since Hunter allies are both weapons, they kind of get an advantage there.
Yeah, that does make it easy.
I suppose like I guess a warden would have the same deal going.
Well, that's also true. Javelin and spear. Um, although I know most hunters normally refer to their melee weapon as simply a buff stick.
Mm-hmm.
Ponton Finberry checking in. Hello, Ponton. Welcome. My burglar here on Crick Hollow is only at 61 fishing.
What a shame.
Kind of a shameful disgrace. I have to admit I haven't been playing my burglar on Crick Hollow very much. She is my only human burglar.
Yeah, so I do like have the DA port. So like if you ever want to like turn in task items at that area, I don't know if you have any yet, like the shattered hatchets, I think.
Yeah, I might be collecting some of those. I just thought, oh, you know what? I came out to Forlaw because I've got a bunch of ripped cloaks still, and I'm like, I still need Wildemore rep, and now I'm turning them in and not getting any rep, so we'll stop that immediately.
I came out to for a while.
Yeah, well, there you go. Hi.
Hi. I mean, did you want me to take you to? I don't know if you have shattered hatchets, pitted sword juice.
Yeah, I do actually. I have almost a stack and a half.
You want me to like take you to Dol Amroth?
Yeah, we may as well just hop to Dol Amroth. Although that's kind of funny because I'll have to ride clear across.
Yeah. Well, I can. I mean, the closest then I could take you is Altberg, and you have to ride at Dunhouse.
Yeah, that sounds like an unnecessarily long ride.
Good job. You just beat Western Condor, or whichever one. I always mix up with. Yeah, Western Condor. Nice.
We ride for the task board.
Yeah, so I think I've actually finished off like the sub factions. You know, like I said, it doesn't really do much. The dailies, whatever.
I've always liked Dol Amrith. I actually come back here quite frequently on my higher level characters, just for crafting and vault access and stuff.
That's a nice town.
It's much cheerier than Osgiliath. It looks like I've got some pitted sword sheaths too. Oops. There's that whole leveling thing.
Any regrets? Let's see one more level and we can pretty much skip all of Gondor.
Pretty much. And that should do my rep for the day. 10 task items turned in. I am golden.
Alright, let's go hit Tarline's Crown now.
Absolutely. Plus, it's killing me to know there's probably a roving threat right outside the city gate.
Oh yeah, outside to the right.
I'm still a level away.
Yep. Grab the stable over here.
Gondor needs your aid.
Gondor shall have my aid. I was just gonna pop up and check the roving threats quartermaster real quick. Just to... No, he's lit. That's interesting. Roving threats of Western Gondor.
How may I help you, friend?
Oh, he gives you that little request thing. That's
Yeah,
good.
no, it looks like they're lit up. I can actually take them.
Gondor needs your aid.
They're level 100 quests, but they're accessible at 99th. Who knew? I will be merciful and not have us start those tonight.
Yeah, I don't think just the two of us can handle it.
Death count 27. Death count 28.
Oh, so you're gonna ride from here?
You got a better way?
I didn't know if riding here to the beginning of the region is quicker or going to Aldburg.
Oh, this has got to be faster.
Okay. I just wasn't sure.
It's a long ride either way, but
It's a short ride if you cut straight through Tarling's Crown, but yeah, we're not doing that.
yeah, I don't see me getting through Tarling's Crown yet.
I guess you can grab the stables on the way and stuff. We can do this roving threat, not roving threat, warband that's right here.
Oh yeah.
Andre the Brute or something. That was tough.
Yep. Yeah, he's a pretty brutal warband. He's sort of like a pinata with 500 rep points just walking around outside of town.
Mm-hmm.
Freelancer says, "Evening, everyone." So Ed. I was joking with Freelancer the other night. I told him he couldn't pop in until at least 11 o'clock Eastern before saying, "Are you done with this so we can go play Rocket League?"
Yep.
He has to give me at least an hour. Task item turn-ins and crafting already done. It's exciting.
See, that's why Freelancer's excited, because you're pretty much done the stream already.
Exactly.
You're 40% of the way done.
The 10 minutes are just flying by. And if you guys are really good for the fishing portion, I think my burglar might be close to Trout Master. So I could always switch characters and try to get Trout Master on stream live.
Don't tease him like that.
Well, I think the excitement might be too much for some of the viewers. Don't ride too far ahead. I don't want to get ravaged by any of these roving bands of pirates.
Maybe you should get a better horse there, huh?
Maybe. But Snookums is a dear family friend. I'm fond of him, even if he should be turned in at the glue factory.
Alright, we'll stop at this town that has a stable route.
Okay.
Welcome to Target.
Well, that's an expert farmhand.
Hey, you want the guy with the horse over the head. You don't actually want to click on the horse.
Good point.
Come to me. Kalima, Kalima.
These are troublesome times indeed.
One of my first jobs out of college was selling electronics at the mall, and we only had 2 videos in the store to demo stuff with. That was one of the 2. If I had a nickel for every time I saw Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, I would buy you and everyone else in chat a large pizza.
The last, probably my least favorite of the original.
Yeah, Kate Capshaw got a rich husband out of it, so it worked out for at least one cast member. The other movie? Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
You want to stop and do Schoolmeyer?
Sure.
Pee-wee's nice.
You literally cannot get tired of that movie, and the 70th time that I saw it, I caught stuff I didn't catch the first 60.
I haven't seen it in a while.
It's pretty terrific. I think Mrs. Mustafa's home.
Nice tanking.
There we go. Is everything dead finally?
Yep.
That is terrific news. Let's see if we got
Actually, I
anything
pulled
good.
like 4 or 5 dogs around here.
Yeah, I saw that too.
But you did a swell job tanking there.
Well, I'm back to not quite sword and board. I think I got a 97th level spear or something. Figured Guardian with the spear was just weird enough that I'd roll with it for a level or two.
So did you catch any of the news or videos about the stout axes?
The news about what?
The stout axes being on Polar.
Oh no, no, I have not.
So you haven't heard about which extra class they'll be playing other than the regular dwarves?
Do we
You
have
have a
dwarf
guess?
captains now too?
That is not correct.
Okay, it was just a guess.
Think of the class that would probably least match a stout, a dwarf of any kind.
What do we drink in Diet Dew? Mrs. Mustafa is indeed home, and it looks like she has brought Amigos, one of the local fast food taco places.
Except for I didn't get you a taco. I did get you
She
a
did bring fries.
meat taquito thing. Oh gosh, my sides hurt.
Good poor thing.
And I don't feel
Hello, Mrs. Mustafa.
Zinger says hello.
Hello, Zang. I'm all worn out.
Mrs. Mustafa has returned home with 2 working shoulders, so we will call tonight a success.
I stayed
Nice.
away from the food. I saw a lot of old kids, I remember.
That's terrific, honey.
We'll be stopping in this town to grab the port. Or the
I asked them all if I was shrinking or if they just got taller. They said they got taller. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's all the hormones the farmers are giving to the cattle. It's making the kids grow ginormous.
Anyways, yes. Which class do you believe least fits a dwarf?
The least dwarfy class. I'm just trying to think of classes they've been restricted from, and there's not many. Dwarf Lore Master.
No,
Gondor needs your
one more
aid.
try.
Dwarf Burglars?
You got it.
That's weird.
Yep.
I wonder why they felt like we needed Dwarf Burglars.
I don't know. But we got them.
So I was going down the list in my head. I knew there weren't dwarf
Yeah.
captains. I didn't
Yeah.
think there were dwarf wardens, which also wouldn't make much sense.
But yeah, it's essentially the same as the dwarf. We'll stop at the warband here. It's essentially the same as the other, the dwarf, except they have the bonus added class of having the both there.
I'll charge.
I'll steal aggro.
Okay. Just because you dish out a lot more damage than I can. I'm just a guardian. I fight stuff till it dies of boredom.
Nice.
Oh, we're knocking out warbands nice and quick.
Mm-hmm. And we'll backtrack just a tad to grab another warband.
Alright. The big bowl across the river.
Yep.
Fantastic. Can't
But,
believe Mrs. Mustafa's not going to stand here and hand feed me the rest of these fries.
I got stuff to do.
That is a shame. But yeah, I haven't tried it myself. I've just seen videos and stuff like that. They do have a new like starter area,
I
which is
saw
pretty.
Michelle and I saw Kim.
Honey, if you're not talking about Tolkien or Middle Earth, it's inappropriate.
Because everybody knows Michelle and
Uh-huh.
Kim and
Yeah.
Chris.
Yep.
You know you're gonna have to get up and move and shower and everything so we could be there by 1, right?
I know, sweetie.
Okay.
I promise I won't let Zinger keep me up past much after 3 a.m.
I already know that's right.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm getting burned down here.
You're good.
Okay. And we got the Great Bull. See, this is much better than riding in from the other direction.
Great Bulls of Fire.
Yep, I think Mrs. Mustafa needs some wardrobe assistance.
I can't move my arms.
I know, sweetie. It's all very challenging.
Oh,
I got woken up at 5 a.m. this morning.
I fell.
She was trying to get out of bed, and I'm kind of a one sheet, one blanket, one pillow kind of guy. Mrs. Mustafa is more of a nest builder.
I have
And-
lots of pillows.
So when the alarm went off at 5 a.m. and she was getting up, she went to move over to turn off the alarm, and her pile of blankets and pillows slid, and she got dumped on the floor. So at 5 o'clock this morning, I got woken up to, ow, whoomp, her hitting the floor and yelling at me for not getting up to help her up fast enough. We got her squared away, though.
You didn't even help me. I got
Sounds like the
myself-
marriage alarm right there.
Yeah, I was trying to help you get up, and then I kind of got bored and had to go to the bathroom. And when I came back from using the restroom, she was up and at 'em, so it was all good. Didn't even need my help.
I'm a big girl.
The good news is she did not damage any of the bedroom furniture with the fall, so I was excited about that.
I grazed my knee. Now both my knees are grazed.
Yeah, I forgot how you brazed your other knee, or bruised your other knee.
I forgot how I did
I said braised, I was still thinking of those oxtails. Which brings us back to Lotro, because I think braised oxtail is a Dunlanding food.
Sounds right.
Oh my gosh, my body hurts.
I know, honey. Take it out in the living room so you're not disturbing the viewers.
I'm gonna talk to Pam.
If I wanted to hear old people complain about aches and pains, I would hang out with the guys from the flying club. I was out at training night last night, and it was guys talking about who had the worst knees.
Did you make a high knee remark?
I did not. Didn't occur to me at the time. Since
Just
I'm
stop
basically
it.
the young kid out at the flying field, I didn't really have a whole lot to contribute. I have two good knees. Sounds like a soft fall, Hard Hit said. Yeah, she was okay. A dwarf warden would have been nice. I don't disagree, Ponton.
I know a lot of people were hoping for dwarf captain.
You'd think it would be lore appropriate. I don't know that a dwarf captain would be out of the question.
Yeah. And the same with Lord Master. I mean, like, I know I think the Zelruka have like Lord, they're called Lord Masters. I don't know if they're actually like combat board masters, or if they're just wise dwarves of
Sage-like.
from the old time. We can go either way. I guess it doesn't really matter. We just want to. We don't want to hit that ward man that's around here with the oath breakers or whatever they are.
I like to think of them as space ghosts.
Yes, space ghosts. And then we can stop at Mortalad if we want, grab that stable point, and head back toward the Paths of the Dead.
Okay.
And not the other way.
That sounds like a plan.
Talk to that kid that's right next to what's her name? That should kick off the epic for this area. So, yeah,
Oh, I'll bet I know how she bruised her other knee. She came walking in the other morning. I think it was last week one day. She just got back from dialysis, and she fell in the hallway because she tripped over a bunch of shoes. I felt really bad until I realized they were all her shoes, which I still felt kind of bad, but it was sort of like, maybe you need to pick up your shoes.
Whatever, you're wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
These are troublesome times indeed.
I was quite sympathetic and kept my opinion about having too many shoes out in the hallway to myself.
Hello, Edith.
Edith Eldora checking in. Hello, Edith. Ooh, excellent. She brought me a rolled taco from Amigos. I think I might have nacho sauce to dip it in. She said she might be coming home late, and I requested one-handed food. So hopefully everything she bought me can be eaten one-handed so I can continue to play.
That's better than her going out and cutting off someone's hand and giving it to her.
Exactly.
So she was at a football game
Mm-hmm.
over the season. Nice.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that dude when we start there. Welcome to the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Don't open your eyes, Marion. And at some point tonight we'll have to work in. How did you know she was German? She talks in her sleep. We'll just skip the fourth movie.
Oh, wow.
Did I miss a turn?
No. I
Got dehorsed?
I was a little short, I suppose, and I dunked. What do you mean? Crystal Skulls was awesome. I kept working on another one. Or am I wrong?
I don't know.
Hopefully, with extra Shia LaBeouf in it.
Hopefully. He's pretty well set to just go ahead and take over the whole franchise. I don't know why they wouldn't. Are we picking up something in the camp over here?
Yeah, we're picking up the epic. The epic starts there, and then it takes you through the paths of the dead. Um, it's really just pretty epic. I don't know if you care enough, but whatever. We're already here. I just wanted you to pass by this area because I remember you dying over and over.
Oh yeah, I got my butt kicked on this.
Good times.
Probably shadow damage. I blame everything on shadow damage. Ponton says lore masters are based on Elrond, but he didn't use a staff and have animals follow, neither dwarves, so why not? Yeah, true.
And the new like running animations for the stout axes are pretty cool. The way they run and they jump is like the current dwarves that make jump with like both of their feet. These ones kind of have a more natural looking jump. And apparently, if you jump high enough, you kind of do a little
I
like
will
thud
bring
on
you
the.
to the dark door, and I will wait outside for you.
The Dimholt Road leads to the Dark Door and the paths beneath the haunted mountain where the dead walk. Few dare to go that way.
Are you succeeding by yourself or with fellowship?
Oh, I just clicked OK. That was probably my mistake.
I guess technically, if we're both in here, we could do the myself thing. I guess it works if we do. Or if we want more challenge, we can do fellowship.
Well, I can't seem to advance. Oh, I will succeed with fellowship.
You're doing fellowship?
Yep.
Okie dokie.
We're always complaining when we get separated, so we may as well do this together. Oh no.
What would you like your epitaph to be?
I am not a smart man. There we are, death count 1.
Yeah, look, it feels like we're in Tarline's crown. Yeah, I guess when it said fellowship, it meant full fellowship, huh?
Yeah, we're missing 4 friends, I guess. Don't go into the light, Zinger.
I mean, I guess we could leave and reset this as
Nah, it's fine. I'll wait till we kill a few of them before I start using AoE attacks. Look at us using fellowship maneuvers.
I know. That was a one-off thing. And we were dying, but
Yeah. Only we brought a burglar.
I mean, Berg does have, what, 51 fishing, I think.
Oh, not that burglar. Elrond should be like the example for the librarian class. I don't know if I've got scrolls on me.
Well, there's bad things coming at
pretty cool. I was able to use hammer down with a spear.
I made one run away in fear when I told him that this is Mustafa was making for dinner. Did you win yet? Oh boy.
We seem to have drawn some aggro.
I'm coming.
I'm just gonna run like a scared little girl. Seems like the right
That one?
thing to do.
That's literally a blue line hunter. Wow, you managed to get a bunch of stuff.
Nice!
Yeah, those stalagmites are winning.
Well, it gives me a chance to finish my rolled taco, too.
I can pick them off from the side.
Unfortunately, I can't heal.
You're good, just stay there.
There, now you're invincible. Alright. Couple, 3 more hours and we should be across.
Do you think we should tell them we already came from here on the other side? Or-
Mm-hmm. Victim of the dead.
Oh, they caught us.
He didn't even
That
have
re-
any sandwiches on him.
Man, if you gotta pull them back to the stalagmites, you're welcome.
Well, I know what my problem is. I don't have any shield spikes.
Yeah, that must be it.
Clearly, I'm an idiot. I don't remember those guys being so dang huge. Is it because it's a fellowship? Yeah. We're trying to do the full
Yep.
fellowship version with 6 of us, or with 2 of us. I may not have mentioned this before, Edith. I'm not a smart man. Oop, boop.
Yeah, you might, or,
Yeah, it's not a survivable number.
Up them off as I can.
I don't think this is how Guardian's Charge was meant to be used, but it's working.
You're welcome to keep running together.
Oh, charge is recharged.
You should just have one on you.
One I think I can deal with. Well, there we go.
Yeah, and just wait. Heal up a bit before we run. And I think in the solo version, like, they're already out here and you can kind of like skirt around the river. Maybe in this version you can't.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty much honest, so.
And there's maybe like 3 in a pack. And they're like, you know, they're just.
I don't suppose we can just hop on war steeds and try to blast through here.
Oh, you can hop on war steeds, yeah.
Will that just lead to us getting pinned by 30 of them?
I mean, it doesn't do me much good. I don't do much on. I mean, we're gonna have to go up to the east. So. They're coming.
Where did you want to go?
Well, we can't just run straight through. You gotta go up and like to the east because we gotta save that boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And,
Oh, that's going to be freaking impossible like this.
let's just follow the river.
Okay.
Looks like we can pass by some, maybe. So yeah, we gotta go up here and to the right. Ah, nice. Just was one game. I thought they were all gonna.
Oh, we got around one group anyway.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get hit. Oh, there it is.
When Dorandir says, "Want some help?"
That was fun.
Yeah, super fun.
Let's just hold on a minute. Let's regen.
All right.
Since they like to ambush us.
Yeah, regenning is a good thing. Well, we're in a private instance right now, Lindorandir, but I appreciate the offer. I made the mistake of selecting the full fellowship instance instead of the singular instance. So Zinger and I are getting enough for 6 characters.
Yeah. I'm sure whatever the boss is will have like 8,000 million billion. I think we just go straight forward.
You found Elfdag. Yeah, hey kid, let's go. Ooh, there's a wooden chest.
Only 3 of them? Okay, I think we're good now.
I'm sure there's a third wave. Hate-fueled warriors. Proven your persistence to the dead, and they retreat warily. Ooh, small fancy chest.
That's right, because we did a full fellowship to get the chest. These are those chests that I think you can get some essences out of.
Sweet.
I'll let you
fool
grab the
not
wooden
to.
chest.
Yeah, was there anything good here?
Jump in. This is when it starts popping up to the next tier of crafting.
There's wood. Ready?
But we're done. Okay. We win.
Hooray!
Not do that again.
Oh, I cannot believe that Elfdag really braved the Dwimmerberg. You are not going to tell my grandfather, are you?
All right, essence
You have
gear.
exceeded your reputation
Sweet.
this day. I ask you to travel the paths of the dead, and by that way, come into Gondor.
We need to pit stop anything here. It's actually seems like pretty much full service.
Yeah, it is pretty full service, isn't it?
It would be nice to get a horse up here. Okay.
Might just repair.
Do you have need of our assistance?
Other than that, I think I'm good to go.
Head back to the dark.
We ride for the passageway.
We're rubber banding all the way back through. So how are the tacos?
The one taco is pretty good. The fries are not that good. And I think I've got a burger here. We've got this weird little restaurant that's about a half a mile from home. And it's like a coffee shop, a Winchell's Donut, an Amigos Tacos, and a King's hamburger place all crammed into one little fast food building.
Oh,
So Mrs. Mustafa, not being particularly decisive, brought me a burger, fries, and a rolled up taco.
nice.
And do you think she brought any donuts home? Probably not.
That's like a Taco Hut. We used to have those around here. Basically, a KFC, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut all in one.
Oh yeah.
I don't-
Yeah, Yum Brands had
I
to
don't
do
think
that. I think they separated out most of the Taco Bells, but we've still got like some KFC lunch on Silvers around here.
Place is a lot easier without Ghost on the path.
Yeah. Without getting them coming at us 6 at a time with 100,000 morale apiece. Gravity
Now-
42 checking in. Hello, Gravity.
Grab. Now we know we're ready for Tarling. Round them.
I think Tarling's Crown would seem easy after that.
You would think.
Our lands were once peaceful, but it is now dangerous to travel far from home.
It's been a little while since I've done Western Gondor.
Corbin Kid says, I tried to climb over the mountain of the undead, but the invisible wall stopped me. Curse those invisible walls. I'm a little nervous about trying to eat a whole cheeseburger, but at the same time I'm also starving.
We won't judge you.
Well, I've already shamed myself on stream plenty of times. I just don't want to end up wearing a bunch of this cheeseburger down the front of me. You found Morlad as loot here was described and should now seek that one dude. Man waves his greetings and calls for your attention.
If you are a friend of Gondor, welcome to Morlad.
Gondor needs your aid. How may I help you, friend? These are troublesome times indeed. Gondor needs your aid. Well met.
This town kind of trains you a bit to work your way around Minnesota. It's got a lot of loops around. You can't just cut, straight down the hill.
It's like a little mini Minas Tirith.
How may I help you, friend? These are troublesome times indeed.
Promise of Glory.
Yeah, another interesting thing about the stout axes is that one of their like class trait thingies
Mm-hmm.
is a +5 craft experience modifier.
Nice.
So like if someone were making like
Gondor needs
an
your
alt
aid.
crafter, I suppose, it might be a good.
How may I help you, friend?
It's a challenge even unwrapping this burger. Pickle.
Alright, chat. Nobody look at him. He's self-conscious about eating his burger.
Don't look at me. I'm hideous. Oh, you guys are used to that. Never mind. It's a goat town. I'm going to ride my goat.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the Edith. If it's like,
How may
yeah,
I
if
help
it's
you,
whether
friend?
it's bonus to the crafting progression or if
needs
it's
your aid.
the experience that you
These are
get.
troublesome times indeed.
I'm assuming that's the progression toward crafting actually is. But I don't know. Because that would make more sense if the stout axes were kind of known as like crafters, and while they're enslaved in war. Hence their progression towards crafting would be improved. Alright, so there's that. Promise of Glory quest where you have to run around and
Pick up
find the
arrows.
NPC. There's the one where you have to run around in town and go up to like the NPC and give it the proper, one of the acceptable emotes. I always forget where they are. But we also have to go up to the top of the town.
I'll just follow you.
Probably a bad call.
Probably.
How may I help you, friend?
I'll switch to a goat as well. Just switch into a goat.
Okay.
The whole power sliding across the town is not a good one.
Well, and the roads are kind of steep. I'd say they're goat appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, here's Rodglar, so tag him and use one of the emotes it says in the quest.
What are we supposed to do?
You just have to click on him, and then in the quest tracker you see like for Promise of Glory that you can use one of the emotes, whatever one you want.
Gondor needs your aid.
Ooh, Rosalind's here. Well, that's disappointing.
What's that?
None of the rewards are essences. Sorry about that.
Gondor needs your aid.
Cute.
Cost yet unpaid.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on doing the promise a glory one where you have to find an NPC and use a prop.
Oh, I think we rode past the other one.
I think they're right up here. This road. Yep, here they are. Hero way should be it.
And there's one more.
Yep. Looks like they're probably up toward the top of the town.
He's right here on the corner, isn't he? There's another she.
No. Still pointing me up. Here they're at the next corner.
Okay. I bet it's one of the goats. We should bow to all of the goats.
It's a chick. I better show her my poses. I'm sorry, a lady. And I think that's it for that quest. So we
Here,
can
I'll race
turn
your
them
goat.
in. Wait, can we turn them in? Oh, there might be one more. Okay, it's just the quest already set up here.
Where are we going?
You just turn the quest up with that emote one up on the third level or whatever level.
Oh, at the top instead of the bottom?
It's in the middle or Pelican.
These are
And
troublesome
then
times
head on
indeed.
out. I always like to try to do like in-town quests before I head out, just in case they're gonna send me up for something else.
I agree.
Autobots roll out. Is that the right game?
Yeah, I think so.
Something about like Aragorn transforming into into a king or something. These are some
I've done it. I've collected
some
10
late-
arrows.
These are some lazy archers.
Yes.
Who literally can't cross a bridge.
Well, they spent all morning polishing their boots. So.
Well met.
Now we ride.
Yep, now we kill stuff. Looks like we want the Madden. John Madden.
He didn't make it.
You're sure a lot less squishy with the shield. I'll give you that one.
You think?
Yeah, just a bit.
I'm still pretty squishy.
Hey, you handled yourself pretty well against those. That was pretty.
I almost helped kill one of them. This not where we're headed?
Oh yeah,
We have to
can
defeat frenzied animals first.
That doesn't matter. We can. We'll be heading out that way anyway. So.
I was going to say that there are plenty of them across the bridge. Yeah. SKDX Killer checking in. Hello, Nick.
Nick. Yeah, from this town, they're going to send us out to kill the sand things anyway. So.
I beg your pardon? Gondor needs your aid. These are troublesome times indeed.
What's up? We're just doing some Lotro. Me and Zinger are questing out in
How
Western
may I help you,
Gondor.
friend?
Because if we don't, who will?
There's a board here with 2 quests you can pick up.
Well, I can't use these yet, it says.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe we have to do some preliminary quests first. Or were you able to pick them up?
What is the meaning of this?
Yeah, I was able to pick them up. Unless it's a level 100 thing or something, right? So,
How may I
Doesn't
help you,
matter.
friend?
Oh, no, now I can get them.
nice.
Gore checking in. Hi, Gore.
So that's 3 members of your rocket squad.
Mm-hmm.
Gondor
Guys, he has to play at
needs
least
your
1
aid.
more hour of Lotro before he's allowed to switch.
Why do you interrupt me?
Freelancer assured me that he was only kidding when he suggested I ditch Lotro stream to go play Rocket League. Plus, I'm sure they have more fun without me. Hey, do you guys want to tell Ed we're playing Rocket League, or do you want to win some games? Let's win some games instead. Nick, Rocket League, you say? Oh, speaking of games that we shouldn't be talking about on Lotro stream, I went looking for Rage 2, and I checked Steam and the Bethesda site, and I couldn't find it on sale at either place.
Oh
In
yeah,
fact,
it was just over the weekend, like maybe last weekend.
well, I wish I would have seen that sooner. I would have bought it.
I'm sure it'll come back
It'll
soon.
go on sale again.
It doesn't have very high ratings, so I would imagine they're going to be trying to get any penny they can.
Well, I can't imagine it's worse than the original, and I enjoyed the original.
I mean, I don't know. I would think it was like mixed ratings or something. I don't know the actual.
I mean, I don't even totally hate Fallout 76.
Well, you're a weirdo, so
I'm a different deal. Nice. Nick mentioning free Lego games over at the Epic Store.
oh yeah, they've got all the Batman Lego games and all the like the Arkham Asylum. It's like 6 games or so for free. It's definitely a deal if you don't own them already.
That ain't bad.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of freebies over there.
Well, I hate to say it, I'm starting to get stingy with hard drive space. I just upgraded my SSD boot drive from 256 gig to a terabyte because it was almost full. I've been wanting to replace my 2 terabyte storage drive with a 2 terabyte SSD, and it only has 250 gig left on it. I may eventually have to upgrade to Threadripper just so I can fit enough SSD drives in my motherboard. Of course, I suppose I don't have to go NVMe on all of them, but
Have you tried QXRD and the YXGR?
sorry, NVMe drives are the really fast ones. Although I got the Intel 660p, which is the slowest of the fast drives. It's also the cheapest.
It sounds pretty A-OK. LOL.
They're adorbs. They look like little sticks of gum. They just fit in a little slot on your motherboard, so you don't even have to run data or power cables to them or anything. They just plug right in, one screw,
But
and you're good to go.
do they taste like Tide Pods though?
I have not tried chewing any of them. I need them for storage, so that's a whole thing. And then it was funny because a couple days after I installed the new drive, one of the tech tubers that I watch regularly comes out, which solid state disk drive should you buy? And then like in the first 90 seconds of the video, he's got like 100 different solid state disk drives on his desk, and he's like, 90% of you watching this should just go out and buy the Intel 660p. Then he spent 20 more minutes talking about why, and I'm like, oh, okay, I already did that, so I'm good.
Nice. You should be good on mountain lion, just needs a couple more traps.
I know, it's just that they're scary. Well, that might be a trap down there? I don't know. Yeah, there's a trap down there.
Thanks, Akbar.
It's a trap. That's Admiral Akbar to you.
I demoted him in my imagination.
Nick agrees. SKDX Killer wants a bigger hard drive also.
He was acting a bit fishy. I got all my traps. I don't know if you need more.
Nope, I got the last one too.
What is the meaning of this?
Alright, we can go search for evidence of mauled animals.
We ride for mauled animals. My SSD is only 256 and Lotro takes a decent amount on it. Yeah, just Lotro will take up a tenth of that. I got that 1 terabyte NVMe drive for 85 bucks. It's getting to the point where M2 drives are cheaper than the SATA drives. Apparently we each needed to examine the bear and trigger the attack.
Surprised anybody showed up to your stream. I figured everybody was out raiding Area 50.
Dick wants me to put LED strips on the bookshelf behind me. Had not considered that. I think I have a couple of other things I would upgrade before that. Walmart sold some for $5. That might be interesting for RC planes. When the nights start getting earlier and earlier, sometimes we put lights
Gondor
on
needs your aid.
planes and fly them after dark. It can be amusing.
How may I help you, friend? How may I help you, friend?
You need to get like a second camera, just put it on Mrs. Mustafa so we can always see what she's it's like snoring on the bed or something.
Like the way McVegan Pants has the Rusty Cam.
Yeah.
I could just put a camera out on above the couch and we could all watch her taking her little naps while I'm out here streaming. I think that would be popular. Now where are we off to?
Looks like we're heading back out. Right, kind of where we went before. Or we can stop back by Moorlad if we want.
Either's fine, lead on.
I guess let's run over to Moorlad.
Alright, we at least know where that's at. 64 inches of LED strips for $5. It's a pretty good deal.
I have heard whisperings on the wind. Whispers The Hill of Eric has always been an ill-omened place.
Better lighting and better graphics card, maybe a 144 hertz monitor or two. Those have gotten pretty affordable. Hey, it's the dog. We have to defend the dog, apparently.
Yeah, I think I like the ones with 24k health.
I would concur. I like being able to use AoE attacks and living. We've defended the dog, who now seems anxious to return home. Run! Run for freedom, dog.
And, I think he's good. I don't think that's good if I'm anyone doing.
I know, I'm just putting him on follow to be a dork.
Oh, pretty cool.
Finally
Yeah.
faded away. Okay. I gotta finish this cheeseburger so I can get rid of the plate. It's bugging me.
Yeah, you didn't see that.
Are you familiar with mukbang?
Sounds familiar.
It's where Koreans eat massive amounts of food and people tune in and watch them eat. I could
Okay.
do kind of a hybrid Lotro / mukbang stream.
Yeah.
Let's watch Big Ed Mustafa cleanse Eastern Gondor of evil while he eats 6 dozen chicken wings. I'd be all the rage on both sides of the Pacific. Edith says, ick. We working our way up?
Yeah, we can go to the. Not to be confused with the popular Twitch stream. I think we gotta go around.
Which way?
Actually, I think one of those bounties are around here somewhere.
I see the stone. Disturbed earth. The Lore Master's attacking us.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Someone just cast Sicken on us.
Hello, Nurzus. Do we have to trip all of these footprints?
It might have been because we each had to do one, so.
Okay.
Do you have both? Okay. Alright.
Techno asks,
Yeah.
what would you suggest as a good starting class for a new player? Champion, Guardian, or Hunter? All of those are sturdy characters that will help you learn the basic game mechanics.
Yep. Possibly Minstrel if you're more into magic-y type of classes.
I don't know, I'd start with a caster out of the gate, but
Yeah,
if it's not your
that's
first
not my
MMO, if you've played similar games, then you might adapt more quickly.
You there.
Yeah. It's
What
the
is your
basic healer,
business here?
essentially.
My name is Rovalan, and I'm proud to serve Imrahil, Prince of Dol Amroth. I know little of the dead, and count myself lucky.
I don't know if we have to do the interlude, so I don't know if you want to do it or not.
I don't think there's any benefit to doing the instance, and
No, because they already gave us a epic to do, so I think we're okay.
yeah, I'm okay passing on the
Yep.
session
So-
play.
So we'll go get those two bounties. Don't remember exactly where they are, but I can track in the rough.
Yeah, from a game mechanic standpoint, WoW and Lotro aren't that dissimilar. So if you've played any casting classes in WoW, I think you'd probably pick up Lotro very easily. So the only one that's different probably be Warden. I think you could play a Rune Keeper or a Lore Master or a Minstrel easily too. We looking for the White Stag?
Yep. Now, I'm not sure if we'll each have to do it or if it counts for both of us. I don't know. What does it say? Pursue the captured white stag for you?
Nope.
Ah, crap. I didn't even click on anything, it just automatically started.
Yeah, mine still says search. Okay, now it says the White Stag flees.
Does it?
I was able to get close enough to trigger it.
Okay. Cool.
We just basically put it on follow till it runs away.
Yeah. Oh, it's worse to follow. It can be a bit awkward sometimes.
I mostly played Warrior and Paladin and WoW. Well, I think Guardian and Champion would be very familiar for you.
Yep. Alright, you got that, good.
No, it hasn't advanced yet. Oh yeah, it has.
Yeah, cool. Then we'll go, get Tarlings.
Tarling's Fang.
Mm-hmm. I think it's, Mountain Lion or something like that. Should be alongside the
Okay, I'm now following you instead of the White Stag.
Thanks.
Oh, no problem, Techno. This particular channel is full of lots of good experienced Lotro, not only streamers. Ooh,
Okay,
RT.
watch out for the warband.
That's a roving threat.
Didn't expect one to be right there.
But even the people in chat, we've got lots of really good Lotro players with lots of experience. So yeah, this is a good place to come to watch different streamers and to get advice from expert players. And Lotro's got a really good player community. If somebody throws you some shade or offers you bad advice, it'll get countered very quickly.
Should be somewhere around here or something. Oh, I'm wrong. I think it's supposed to be somewhere around this mountain range.
Singer offers me expert advice all the time. I just normally don't follow it. You know, get a faster war steed. Try to make your guardian not suck. That kind of thing.
Maybe I'm too far down. Maybe it's up. Unless
I think we can take Ammer
it.
Chant down.
Alright, you start it. I'll be right there in a minute.
That's okay. We're already on another quest, so I don't want to disrupt your flow. I'll just see how many mountain lions I can pull with me.
Huh. This morning for so long. This weird.
Mounted combat's sort of cool sometimes. A little. Make sure I get back to you before you finish dropping Ammer Chant, would you? Ooh, there's a treasure cache. Did you pick this up already?
Alright, I'm gonna try going back that way one more time if I can't find it. And one. Right.
Ready?
You too.
He did make it.
Oh, I guess that bear warband is right nearby. That's not too bad, I think. Go get him, Ray.
Ooh, I think I'm known.
Nice.
I feel special. Special Ed, they'll call me.
What's up, Ginger?
Ginger checking in. Hi. I think it was Ginger who was telling me she's got like scores of characters at 200 fishing. She makes me look like a rank amateur chump. Ginger likes to fish. So do I, Ginger. So do I. I went with the fishing themed tweet and quote tonight.
Do you think that Amerchant roving threat that we saw earlier likes to play a lot
Why
of
do you interrupt
Just
me?
Dance?
I would expect so.
Why do you interrupt me? Gondor needs your aid. How may I help you, friend? These are troublesome times indeed. These are troublesome times indeed.
Zinger, did you get known?
I think I'm a little further.
Okay, I just saw a little swirl above your head. I'm
Yeah,
like, ooh, I think he advanced rep.
I just got ally.
Okay. Well, you are moving right through here, aren't you?
Yeah.
I could actually use the Forge Master while we're standing here in front of her.
What news do you bring, traveler?
It was I would occasionally do a couple like the easy war bands, but it was probably mostly just from Tyrion Tasco. I really just wanted to hit friends so I could get report.
Alright, looks like my next quest is... Sorry, trailed off there. As the river runs?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I'm not missing. Okay, that was a sneeze. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything here in town.
Yes, yeah.
Suddenly I'm very sneezy.
Well, I'm almost dopey, so.
Yeah, as long as I'm not dopey, I'm all good. Okay, hopefully I'm done sneezing. And Zinger.
That's okay, dude. Just head to where she's telling me. I just kind of went the other way, behind town.
Oh, Ponton is at a hidden fishing hole in Enidwaith right now. Getting your Kingfisher title if you don't already have it. Tried fishing in the halls of Erebor. All I caught was junk. I see that Uger is playing Rocket League. Is he really practicing? That would be something. You might be getting ready for your 1 versus 1 match, Freelancer. Trying to sandbag you.
Oh, baby.
These are troublesome times indeed.
How may I help you, friend? Gondor needs your aid.
So you got tacos and burgers. Did you get any donuts while you were there?
No, they don't have.
Have you heard the rumors of enemies pressing in from all sides?
They have Winchell's donuts. You might still be able to go back and get some.
No.
All right. Alright, lead on, Zinger.
Which one? I think this one may go up and around.
Yeah, we go find the spiders.
Follow the spiders.
Wow.
It's a 6 out of 10 on that one.
Yeah, it was pretty solid.
I might not be high enough.
Well, that wasn't that good for Mrs. Mustafa Belch. She can rattle the windows sometimes.
I gotta go around and up there.
Yeah. Hi, Stumpy Oz. How are you? Freelancer says nothing he can do will get him ready for that. Stumpy Oz is doing real good. Thank you. I am also doing real good. Although I think we're headed into a cave. We ride for this cave right here.
Quite the ride.
Oh, I had a Chick-fil-A sandwich. I threw half of it away.
You did the right thing, honey. Chick-fil-A is gross. Alright, it's not really gross. It's just mediocre. And a bit overpriced. Chick-fil-A has been a topic of here previously.
But those tiny ice cubes, though.
I don't know what the appeal of the place is. I know there's some people out there who just really like the way the grease squirts out of their chicken sandwiches, and that's okay. There is no accounting for taste.
I'll tell you though, whenever I pass by Chick-fil-A on a Saturday, it's just like people are shopping for their Sunday meal. The line
Ginger
is-
says, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to
Oh,
reach
no,
out.
no, go ahead.
The line on Saturday?
Yeah, it's just like insane because since they don't open on Sunday.
It's like addicts trying to score while the supply's still there. Edith Eldora says it's the waffle fries. Delarfin agrees, and their strawberry shakes. Ginger's too tired to stay up long. Was late with sick kids last night. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully the grandkids are getting better. I missed streaming last week because I was up with a sick Mrs. Mustafa Thursday. We literally were up all night. We bring ill tidings. I don't want any of that. Oh, that's a bunch of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, corpses per spawner are a good thing.
Tanulio checking in. Hello, Tanulio. Oh, and the staff, sincere and friendly. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, that's true. I've never had anybody be rude to me at a Chick-fil-A.
Check it out. Maybe there's a treasure cache.
Another treasure cache up here.
I feel like I will be, but maybe not. I don't really care about finding them.
Yeah, even I was talking about how completionist I am on Galandriel, my champion, and I don't know I've completed any of the treasure cache hunts in any of the regions.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Just gonna
Yeah.
Only if they're convenient to like that.
That's the kind of thing that, you know, if I'm ever sequestered at home with a broken leg or mononucleosis or something, I'll worry about it then. Mrs. Mustafa only manages to wound me instead of killing me outright when she finally snaps. I can always finish the treasure cache deeds while I'm recuperating.
These are troublesome times indeed.
It'll be your own misery.
The soldiers of Gondor have all gone to war, and we are left to fend for ourselves.
Clear slain animals. Talk to this dude over here.
Have you heard the rumors of enemies pressing in from all sides?
Somebody's slain this goat.
If you want, you're welcome to swap over to Berg if you want to do your fishing.
Nice.
I just saw the doc sent me a remind me.
Oh, there's plenty of time for that. I had no idea that slain goats were so useful as fishing bait. Who knew? Drop a few dead goats in the water and boom, all the nets are full. It's amazing. Canulio says it's their pleasure to serve you. Ginger's gonna call it a day, not able to follow what's happening at all. Me neither. Treasure cache deeds probably take as long as the Slayer deeds do, but they just feel less tedious. Yeah, I did Trolls of the Lone Lands and Trolls Advanced all in one fell swoop last night. That was tedious. Don't we have to go upstream to find more slain animals?
Yeah, I'm picking grabbing the barrels.
Okay. I haven't even triggered that yet.
Oh yeah, that was back by the
Okay. I'll have to ride back, find more slain animals, and pick up the barrels. That is my bad. Be careful, I think that bear is stealing picnic baskets. Edith says, except for the Angmar one, unless someone has their captain parked at the one in Imlad Balthorth, that one will never be finished. Oh, is that the one where there's a treasure cache that's on an island surrounded by the deadly green water?
Yep.
You have to jump for it. Yeah, that's highly annoying.
And some people like to make the jump from the worst too.
Just because?
Just because.
I'm only at 6 of 8 on slain animals. I don't know how I'm not finding more. Must have gone too far upstream.
Yeah, maybe you, some of them are like right around rocks, so you might not.
Oh, here's a treasure cache. Right by one of the waterfalls. Who knew? Edith says she spent 2 weeks and trying and finally gave up in a rage. I must have broke my leg pretty bad. That is a long broken leg.
It'll give you a chance to go slowly enough to spot the rest of the animal.
Hopefully. Here's a couple. I missed these on the way upstream. Yeah, I ran down here. I was so excited to start hitting the
How may I help
slain
you, friend?
animals. I never picked up the barrel quest.
Gondor needs your aid.
Barrels and tracking the unknown. Barrel? Blueprint. Barrel? Barrel? Barrel. Oh, you remember how much Tarling's crown sucked when you first found it?
Uh-huh.
Six of 6 on barrels. I think the tracking quest is the other way.
Yep.
We ride the other way.
I think it's all up the next waterfall area.
Here's a boot print. Seem to have lost the trail, but suddenly the river water churns and bubbles.
These are troublesome times indeed. These are troublesome times indeed. These are troublesome times
Search
indeed.
Tarling's crown for the missing hunters.
Yep.
We ride for the crown. Uger checking in. Hi, Uger. There were rumors that you were just out practicing your Rocket League. How is that going? Welcome, Epic Uger. I opened it, then closed it. Yeah, we missed you last night, or Wednesday night, rather. Hope you had fun. Thought you might have been playing with walls or something. This hunter's been mange-led.
Wow, mangled hunter. That would happen to me if I went about 200 meters up the. Here we go. We're gonna do it.
Nah, I thought there was another dead hunter right there. We don't have to go tangle with these guys. Besides, aren't there some in stealth?
You have to go like right here. Just
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. Don't attack anything. Obviously,
Okay.
like just right here. You get a.
You see tents of strange men and lots of bad things.
All right, you ready for the first pull? Here we go.
Well, just as long as you don't draw aggro and then desperate flight away.
I wasn't thinking about until.
Alright, well, I'm glad I could inspire you.
We have both a mangled hunter and a mangled.
Guardian.
We don't care about that pack.
Uger says, nah, I streamed Lotro by myself when I got home because I got home and couldn't find you. Oh, that's weird. Well, I'm sure we'll get a chance to play more this weekend, so no worries. I can understand if you don't want to play it every single solitary Wednesday. I do, but I'm kind of a twisted puppy.
Have you heard the rumors of enemies pressing in from all sides?
I have. The other guy right across town told me of it. Tanulil asks, are you going to do the Tarling's Crown stuff? Probably not till we get to it.
How may I help you, friend?
I don't see avoiding it necessarily, but I don't think we need to rush into it just yet either.
Yeah, we probably need a couple more compadres to handle that. Fortunately, as Crick Hollow is one of the 12 most popular servers, I'm sure there's other people who play.
That is an excellent point.
How may I help you, friend?
Back to Morlad, it looks like.
Yep.
We ride for Morlad. And for Theoden King, and for Glory. And for S&H green stamps. That's better, full bag. Hard Hit was distressed because I started with so much open pack space. Oh, never mind, I forgot you're on Crick. Appreciate the offer, Tin. You know, Crick Hollow is Ugr's original server. Before he was Epic, he was Ugr of Crick Hollow. But then he decided he wanted to expand his viewer base beyond just the Crick Hollow fans and not turn off Crick Hollow haters. So he became Epic. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the biography of Epic Ugr.
Is that also how babies are born?
Only in Oregon.
How may I help you, friend?
Solo.
A solo instance, boo!
You know, the one that you just talk.
Yeah, see you on the other side.
Disheartened by
Have fun
news of the
listening.
Oathbreaker's influence on the Vale and the growing threat in Tarlang's crown, Malthalam has called you and Lady Rosfiend to council.
Gondor needs your aid.
How may I help you, friend?
Long ago, trees spread to all corners of the Vale, save for the top of the great hill where the Stone of Eric rests. Isildur himself brought it to the Vale, and there it remains. It stood as a reminder of his heritage and of the lands to which he could never return. But now it is thought of only as a symbol of oaths broken. The men he cursed betrayed not only Gondor, but the whole of the last alliance. And so they paid dearly. Their cowardice led their people to ruin and eternal unrest. The hill has since been a place of unease for our people, but in times of great distress, blah 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 blah. And blah 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 blah. Blah blah, blah 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 blah. Or I could do it Peanut style. Wah wah wah, wah 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 wah, wah wah. Thought babies had something to do with storks. Yeah, there's storks all over Oregon. the orcs in Tinkerbell as well. So, Zinger, can you think of any towns with funnier names than Tinkerbell?
No, that's pretty good.
Tinkerbell is right up there.
Gondor needs your aid.
Moose Jaw? Epic Cougar says, sorry, back. Had to restart my PC because I had lost audio again. Stupid Realtek audio driver keeps installing and I can't get it to stop when I uninstall it. Bam, everything works as intended. Oh, Ed, can you tell me if there's a way to disable that driver from installing? That's a good question, Uger. The best I can tell you is I've heard about a lot of people having audio issues with the new Windows update, and unless Microsoft patches it, I don't know. You're just going to have to kind of hold your breath and hope that one of these Tuesdays they catch up with the problem. I don't have a better answer than that, at least not right now. Only that you're not alone.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Alright, let's ride to the next destination.
I think we'll finally get to fulfill our bloodlust for killing orcs.
My bloodlust is pretty strong for killing orcs. Tinkerbell is a good place to do it. So you can kind of sing Christmas carols to yourself, and then just replace jingle bells with Tinkerbell, and then slaughter orcs while you're singing holiday music.
Nice. Oh wait, this isn't the workplace yet. My bad.
We can still get there from here. Yeah, we got to stop in the town first, and then head into Tinkerbell. Tingle bell, tingle bell, tingle bell rock. I can't remember the rest of the words. Mrs. Mustafa loves holiday music.
She starts listening when you start playing, and then
Jingle bell
options.
rock, jingle bell ring, and
There she
jingle
is. I
bells
unleashed a
sing,
monster.
rockin'.
You have to replace jingle bells with Tinkerbell.
Right.
Singer and I are going to ride to a town called Tinkerbell to kill orcs.
How may I help you, friend?
Okay.
And I need to sell some stuff. My packs are crammed full of junk.
She's highly unamused that you're.
What news do you bring?
Mocking her
along
favorite
with-
music.
Yeah.
She's highly unamused about being married to me, so it's okay. Almost anything could trigger her. I need to open up just enough pack slots that it'll confuse and frighten Hardhead again. Well, I guess I can start selling my stacks of ripped cloaks, too. So I think I proved to myself I don't need them any longer.
Yep.
Strudel.
Yes, my love.
Remember when we were getting help filing that paperwork?
Mm-hmm.
How may I help you, friend?
The soldiers of Gondor have all gone to war, and we are left to fend for ourselves. Our lands were once peaceful, but it is now dangerous to travel far from home.
Zinger, your moonwalking horse is breathtaking. I don't mind telling you. That's
Oh my
impressive
gosh.
stuff.
Zinger will look at this thing.
Nobody wants to see that, honey.
It's
We ride.
I'm wounded.
I know, honey. I feel
Oh,
very bad
gosh.
for you.
Just gotta stop with this.
We ride for
These are
Tingo
troublesome
Bell.
times indeed. How may I help you, friend?
What was I supposed to look at, and do I want to look at it?
No, nobody wants to look at it.
Okay, I figured not.
She has some kind of insect bite that she keeps complaining about.
Yeah, I'm okay without seeing that.
Yeah, nobody wants to see that.
I think she got bitten by a glob snagger or something.
Pretty much.
Welcome to the town of Kill Everything and Click on Everything.
We got supplies, we got weapons.
It's a happy smorgasbord.
We got orc blades. These dudes are on a pretty hot respawn too, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are. I guess we should be clicking on stuff.
We got banners to burn. There, that's for you. Did you wound your lovely bride? I did not, Tenuliel. Alright. Let's see what else we got. Bovine, Colorado. Bigger, Saskatchewan. Which isn't very big, but the sign outside of the town says, New York is big. This is bigger. That's fairly amusing. Then Epic Ogre says, okay, thanks for that. It actually helps. Asus support was like telling me that it was because I installed the motherboard on not a fresh install of Windows 10, and so I reset my whole PC and bam, still no fix. So Asus motherboard support isn't recommended, I feel, as when I explained what was happening, they were stumped. Sorry, long message. By the way, Microsoft is releasing updates and not testing them themselves, I feel, and that's why every update they push is causing issues for Windows 10.
Hey,
Thank you, sweetie. Tenuliel was worried that I had just wounded you.
probably.
Probably. Only emotionally.
You hurt me all the time.
Never. Delarfin says hello. And Tenuliel says she feels for you, Pookie.
Huh?
If I didn't take very good care of Mrs. Mustafa, I would have to eat my own ice cream when we're playing Rocket League. Much better to have her spoon feed me, so. I treat her like the princess she is.
I hear both of my kneecaps.
I know, sweetie. Did you bang the other one when you fell down because you tripped over your own shoes?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what I did. Oh. How far is Valley from here?
Not very far.
40 minutes?
No, not that far.
Okay.
It'll seem like an hour if I let you drive, but if I drive, it's 10 or 15 minutes west.
How come you guys aren't watching Dancing with the Stars?
TV shows about dancing are stupid.
No.
Nobody likes to watch that.
Yeah.
You and Zinger have almost identical TV tastes, Pookie, and he agrees with me on that one.
Next week starts the when everything comes back.
Oh, do we need to go into this mine?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. I believe there's a quest, and there's a couple more barrels.
Congrats. 103.
Yep. Thanks. Plus, there's a body there for you.
No sandwiches.
I love sandwiches.
And yet we haven't used our Gandalfo's coupons.
Nope.
Green gemstones. Why didn't you pick up her shoes for her? I would have had I had time. Fire pit. Ruse Cat and Holkaz.
Road Rat and Hulkans. Gotcha.
Pretty much, yeah. Booger says, "Oh Ed, I was going to buy a USB audio mixer and get rid of my analog mixer that I currently have. I thought the audio wasn't a Microsoft issue, was trying to be positive and not bash them. But Microsoft stinks, to be honest." Well, I can promise you that if you want to switch to an all Linux setup, you will quickly miss Microsoft and want them back. But I can appreciate your frustration. Nothing quite like having something that works perfectly get broken for no reason. Oh good, now there's an army full of orcs to fight our way through again.
Well, we don't have to.
Ah, yeah,
Are you done here?
there's an orc slayer deed, and I think I still have 2 banners to destroy.
Alright.
Besides, like you said, we were going to get our fill of orc slaying. Rarely is there ever a good reason to leave an orc alive.
Got your banners?
I did.
Alright, cool.
Actually, a fun tip for everybody. Almost all of my sound is run through my Blue Yeti microphone. If you use a Blue Yeti microphone, you just select it as your audio source for both speaker and microphone. Plug your headphones into your Blue Yeti, and the Blue Yeti actually has a volume control right on the front of it for your headphones. And that seems to be a really good, stable audio solution. So I have Realtek audio on my motherboard, and I don't use it for anything, so I couldn't tell you if it's working or not. I didn't even have speakers hooked up to my system, except for the ones built into my primary monitor, which I almost never use.
These are troublesome times indeed.
The speakers built into my monitor.
Audio tips with Big and Mustafa.
Mrs. Mustafa has a pretty righteous sound system. She's got a fiber optic output
These are
connected to
troublesome
a 100
times
watt per
indeed.
channel Sherwood receiver that has a pair of JBL two-way
Have you heard
bookshelf
the rumors
speakers hooked up.
of enemies pressing in from all
That
sides?
used to be my sound setup, and I left it out there on the old computer desk. So,
The soldiers of Gondor have all
Audio
gone to
mumble
war,
jumble
and we
with
are left
Big
to
and
fend for
Mustafa.
ourselves.
exactly. I keep using words that Zinger doesn't know the meaning of. NVMe, DSP.
RTFLMAO.
Mm-hmm. All right, now where are we off to?
Eric's Hill.
All right. Tenulio's heading off. You're gonna miss the fishing, Tenulio.
Let it go.
You gotta ride down and talk to the dude. No, not that dude.
Just to let us examine these things right here.
I'll catch the video on demand. Okay, Tenulio, sleep well.
And he means sleep well once you do watch the video.
Yeah. Yeah, usually my replay gives me a good
There we
Saturday
go.
afternoon nap.
I don't know why it wasn't giving advancing it. Does it say talk to Korean?
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason it wasn't. Alright,
Had a
back
trip
to
for you?
town. Yep, I got it now.
You rode right past him.
No, I did.
How may I help you, friend?
I wanted to let him check up at that.
Quest of the Blackroot
These
Vale
are troublesome
complete.
times indeed.
And I've got.
Now we go talk to Nurses.
Oh, watch out for that. Rather eroding. What band's real? Thought I'm sure we couldn't beat it, but.
Hey, Turdsus.
So that dude's ads has about 110K.
These are troublesome times indeed. How may I help you, friend?
We ride for more, lad. Ooh, a bunch of raspberries.
Yep, almost rode into that.
Ooh, a giant war band.
He's got 500K. I'm okay with not taking.
Hey, I didn't see my question, ignored it. You are correct, I did not see your question, Uger. Let me get to town and I'll take a look at it.
Gondor needs your aid.
Rally archers to the defense of the Blackroot Vale. Okay. We can probably do that. Are they in town?
Yep.
Up, down, all around?
Two of them are down. All three are down.
Okay. Well, I haven't jumped off of a ledge in a while. Oh, you can't. That's interesting.
Yep.
I was hoping
But
to
that's why
shortcut
it's
that.
kind of annoying. That's why it's like Minas Tirith in a way.
No skydiving?
Yep. No prow jumping.
Where are my archers? Archer? Archer? Archer. Okay, let's see what Uger wrote. Actually, do you think that might fix it? I'm thinking a lot about a USB version of a mixer because I don't need to have a ton of cables. After this is answered, I am changing subjects. Head falls in the water while reading. Pull over that horse. That probably would be a good idea. I mean, if you're thinking about getting one anyway, wouldn't hurt to pull the trigger on it, but I don't know. You know, those Realtek audio drivers have been really stable for a long time. I mean, that's why they're standard on so many motherboards.
Gondor
They're
needs
normally
your
problem
aid.
free. Featured instance. I have reached level 100.
Hey, congrats.
Well, that opened up bunches of stuff.
Gondor needs your aid.
Ugh. It's another single instance.
Ah, I see. Okay. Didn't even check.
See you on the other side.
Yep. Did you
After
finish answering
investigating
Uber's
strange
question?
occurrences throughout
Huh?
the Vale, you have
Did you
tracked an
finish
invader
answering
from
Uber's
Tarlang's
question?
crown to the
Yeah,
Hill of
I
Erech.
think so.
While their identity
I know
remains
you hit
unknown,
100
they
and
intend to
a whole
form a
bunch of
pact
quests
with the
pop up.
Ruthless Dead. A union that could spell doom for Gondor. Gondor needs your aid.
Anywho, if Uger was gonna buy one of those USB mixers anyway, then yeah, go ahead and buy it. But I don't think the Realtek audio issue you're experiencing will continue to be a problem for much longer. If you can live with it instead of spending money, I mean, hopefully they'll have a way to fix it here shortly. But not having a computer that works perfectly drives me nuts. So it's easy for me to say, oh, just keep working with it till they fix it. When in fact, that's probably not what I would do. I'm not a smart man. Freelancer says Asus has several recent updates to Realtek audio drivers. Gigabyte and MSI have not. Uh-oh. Ah! That's annoying. I bled out after the fight.
Gotta keep them debuffs clear.
Death count 2. Which means I have to start the freaking instance over. That does not make me happy.
Yeah, if you haven't already dipped into like the yellow line a bit to get the extra debuff clears, it might be worth it if you got the spare trait point.
Yeah, I think I do, and I don't think I've bothered. If I remember, I left some spare trait points because I wanted to spend some time researching what I wanted to put them into.
Mm-hmm. It's generally worth it for like no matter what build you do, whether it's DPS or tanking or whatever. It's just nice to have the extra clear so you don't have to wait for the cooldown to use it again. I don't think it's a very long cooldown for a Guardian for that.
Making it even shorter, it would be a good idea.
It's not that it makes it shorter; it just lets you clear more per
clear.
per yeah per clear.
Yeah.
But I think by the end you can clear like 3 or if you spend all trade points into that. But I mean, obviously, you also have to watch out for pulling too much in one go, which is easy for a guardian to do.
Uger's motherboard drivers are a year old. That the audio driver in particular, Uger? I know the BIOS updates have been coming pretty fast and furious for AMD boards. Jay from Jay's 2 Cents just posted a video about he's got a really high-end Ryzen system he built, and he updated the BIOS to a new BIOS, and it just totally borked.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Oh good, I didn't have to start the whole instance over.
Nice.
Azruthor. This is the one I told you of. Anyway, so he was building a new system with a 12-core processor and a like a $700 MSI Meg Godlike motherboard or whatever the hell it's called, and he updated the BIOS, so now he gets CPU errors and stuff. And AMD's been trying to update the BIOS to fix a very minor turbo boosting issue, and the fix might be worse than the problem that it was trying to cure. So
Womp womp.
yeah, it's one of those things that whenever I'm just trying to think of a good analogy here. The second mouse gets the cheese.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably as good as anything. Don't rush in too fast when it comes to brand new PC tech. Although to Uger's credit, I think he's got I forget his motherboard. I think he's got an X470 board and a 2700X. So he shouldn't be running any of the bleeding edge stuff. I'm surprised it broke. Which is why it doesn't surprise me they don't have any new audio drivers for his board. It's a well-established board and a well-established audio solution. And Microsoft just pooped the bed when it came to the most recent update. Man, I'm getting killed again.
Well, you can always kite fit if you need to.
Yeah, I suppose.
Let the other dude plink away a bit while you're on your heels.
I dropped him.
Nice.
My problem is I can't hand out so much PC advice that it actually gets me killed. It's like talking to Uger about Warframe right before the Rocket League face-off.
How may I help you, friend?
Instance complete. Freelancer says never update a BIOS within 2 weeks of a BIOS release. And Gravity says, I'm on the Microsoft Fast Track with updates. I wake up every morning to a new system. So, yeah, first mouse. That's got to be interesting, Gravity.
Gondor needs your aid.
How may I help you, friend?
We ride for Lamadon. Unless you want to go fight Ammerchamp.
Well, you're 100 now. I think you got him at this point.
Yeah, I probably don't even need you.
Oh, you are 100 now. We might as well start doing all the revenue.
I'll have to check my available quests and make sure I can even pick them up. I don't know I've got room. Especially with all that intro stuff I just grabbed. I'll bet I only have 2 or 3 open quest slots. Yeah, don't ride through that warband if you can help it.
Yeah, I started.
Nice.
Although you get to spend the rest of the stream working on your imbued legendary items. Woo-hoo.
That is fascinating stuff. We ride for Lamadon. And for glory.
And
mostly
we should
for
have
Lamadon.
the epic thing pop up pretty soon, I think. There's something right
As
on.
soon as we find the wagon.
Yeah.
You see a wagon ahead, motionless in the road. What has happened?
Take care, traveler. The road here is treacherous. My wagon has succumbed.
Suddenly, Oregon Trail.
I hope we don't all get cholera
Or heck, dysentery.
or dysentery.
If you could bring one of these barrels back to my father, I will follow with the other.
I had no idea that pirates like nails so much. Surprisingly, no problems, but my device IDs change a lot, so I have to reassign audio devices in OBS every time I stream. Yeah, and that's kind of what I meant when I was telling Uger that if he can live with it, hang on and they'll probably get that stabilized. But it's not a perfect world.
Did you find my boy?
Please be.
Did you find Nethadon?
I hope you're not getting too tired for your fishing site.
No, we will fish. In fact, I was thinking it was probably about time. I just wanted to get parked somewhere good.
Yep.
Lamadon might be a good place to park.
Final food. Oh, I forgot the epic takes you right past this area. We'll pick up.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Okay, I'm going to turn that in but not pick up the next one so I can remember what the heck I was doing. And I'm going to switch over to the character's name is Nariana, and she will be in Ostgaruth in just a moment. So if you got anybody you want to fish with, I'll see you there. Oh, and this was one of the more interesting changes I hadn't noticed. I don't know if it's because I turned on DirectX 11 again, but for some reason the really blue water out here by the stables in Ostgaruth isn't really blue anymore, it's clear. I didn't know if the devs changed that or that's a graphical setting change.
I would guess probably graphic. Seems too random for a dev to have changed it.
I couldn't imagine why they would have made that change, so...
I mean, the only reason I can think of is maybe, you know, sometimes when things were on Legendary server, they tweak some things around to coincide with, like, the area it was, you know, when they released. But,
So let's check the deed log. And we'll take a look at hobbies, trout master. Oh, I'm only at 5 of 9. I've got 4 more trout I need to find. Interesting. thought I might be closer than that, but apparently not. And one of the things that's kept me enjoying Lotro for so long, and most of you probably know this by now, if you get to a place in the game where you find it particularly grindy, you have a lot of repeatables, you got a lot of daily stuff, maybe you're just not enjoying your time in game as much as you normally do, don't be afraid to take a break. Go back, play an alt, go back through some of your favorite areas on a different character, spend some time doing something besides whatever the latest grind is, and it kind of helps balance everything out. It's a tremendous variety of ways to play the game.
Chromite says you can test the color of the water by turning on post-processing.
Okay. It did used to look like a swimming pool. Okay. Is there a quick and easy way to turn off post-processing, Chromite?
I think you just go into your options, and at the top you can probably search post-process, and just uncheck the box.
Under graphics, advanced graphics, anywhere.
Yes, somewhere there. I mean, you should be able to search no matter. Just at the very top of the bar in the search bar. So it's probably under advanced graphics if that's highlighted.
Post-processing. Oh, there's blue water. And now it's clear again. It still looked funny. It's a toggle in the options. Thank you, Edith and Chromite. And hello, Chromite. Red spotted trout. Should be 6 of 9 on the trout. Yes. Bull trout. Looks like I'm on the fast track to trouts tonight. I've already picked up 2 extra points of fishing. I'm at 63. Seven of 9 on the trout count.
That's pretty radical.
Exactly. The kind of luck is very fishy. Thank you, Gravity. Ooh, a catfish. 7 of 9. Wasn't she on Star Trek? Is that Deep... No, that was Voyager? Well, the Reds seem to be hitting tonight. You gonna come and do any fishing, or are you wrapping up for the night, Singer?
I don't really have many characters on Kirkala, so I'll just
roll one up.
Good.
Well, I mean, I catch dace.
I have like one of I think each class probably on the server. I just haven't really leveled them.
Okay.
Too many alts, too many servers.
Gravity confirms Voyager. I did not watch a lot of Voyager, I have to confess. Not that I didn't like the show. I don't think I saw a lot of Deep Space Nine either. The original and the Next Generation, I did see plenty. Gravity says Jerry Ryan makes an appearance on the Star Trek Picard teaser. I'm catching some catfish. I just hope one of my characters can come up with a hot sauce recipe. Fishing's at 66. So let's go through the Tedmet Singer. Crafting? Check. Task item turn in? Check. Fishing, definitely. Inventory management, eating on camera. It's a complete stream.
Good
Superb
job.
smelt. You folks came here for quality Lotro streaming, and I believe I have delivered. All thanks to my good friend Zinger. Cutthroat trout, 8 of 9. Have one last trout to complete Trout Master.
So is that Picard thing a show, an upcoming show, or a movie?
Yes, Gravity, tell us about Star Trek Picard. I am also unfamiliar with this.
Just by seeing the title, it made me think it was like kind of like the movie Logan, but with Picard instead. You know, like years later, you know, old and grizzled.
Which is funny, since Picard was in Logan.
Oh, yep.
It's a show from CBS.
Ah, okay.
Paramount Network, like with the other new Star Trek series.
I can't say I follow Star Trek all that much, so I was not up on.
You should get Chris Pine to play the young Picard. It was revealed at Comic-Con. Gravity confirms I think that's the plan. Probably Paramount Network. Not to get Chris Pine to play the young Picard. £10 salmon. Always a nice catch. I actually rolled up a captain on Gladden just to join the all-captain Kinney that Mort started, and then so I could go into the Kin house and spam it with fishing trophies.
Nice.
I was pretty proud of that. It's like, yeah, I'll roll up a captain. Yeah, just give me permission to join the Kin and go to the Kin house. All those naked walls just waiting to get filled with fish. It was beautiful.
Every kinship should have, its own interior decorator, so.
Exactly. Gravity says Patrick Stewart is playing Picard. That's a bold choice. Wonder why they'd make such a drastic change. Instead of sticking with the original Jean-Luc, they're going to get Stan Smith's boss at the CIA to play Picard.
Oh boy.
Well, I was just going to say, I have a pretty exciting viewing opportunity for this weekend. Mrs. Mustafa and I just received Wreck-It Ralph Breaks the Internet on Blu-ray.
Hot diggity dog.
Yeah. I just hope we can get through most of the movie before she starts tearing at my clothes.
Is that also one of the Emmy award-winning films that you guys are watching?
Yeah, I believe it was on the list.
How was it, like, for animation, I guess?
Mm-hmm. Animated feature.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like they're remaking Charlie's Angels again. It'll be out later this year because Patrick Stewart is playing Bosley.
He's just everywhere.
And everybody's favorite robot, Kristen Stewart, is playing one of the angels.
It's an odd choice. Although I would enjoy that if I was one of the writers.
Kristen Stewart, Naomi Scott, and Ella Balinska. Well, I know one of the three.
There you go. I would write the script. I'd be like, Kristen Stewart's character, you need to use your feminine wiles to try to infiltrate the office and find out what's really happening. I keep trying, but they won't let me in. All of the guys just keep pepper spraying me when I try to flirt with them.
Pretty much.
Alright, stay back here at the office and just file paperwork or something. Does Hollywood ever have an original idea? Yeah, the problem, Edith, is that original ideas don't make money. And one of the reasons why I put all of the Oscar-nominated movies into my rental queue every year, Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Screenplay, Best Documentary, Best Animated Feature, Best Foreign Films, is you get original ideas that way. The stuff that people actually go out and pay money to see, they play it safe. I mean, people just don't take a chance going to the movies to see something they're not sure they're going to like. Ooh, a huge outing. Fishing skill 68. I'll stop at 71. I was going to say, or when I get Trout Master, but if I get Trout Master, I'll probably still fish to fishing skill 71. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they've been calling the last half a decade the golden age of television. Ironically, most of the best ideas have been making it to the small screen instead of the big screen. Movie studios have been playing it safe with regurgitated sequels, and then you get stuff like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones and help me out, Singer. What's some good TV shows?
Hannah Montana. Wait.
Not your favorites necessarily, just highly rated critical TV shows.
Lost? I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. But, well, The Shield comes to mind. I mean, the guts of having a whole TV series about, bad cops who kill other cops and making them the main characters, the protagonists, that was pretty ballsy. Sons of Anarchy, kind of up and down, but let's make a show about an outlaw biker gang that murders people and deals in guns. It's like, okay. Those are bold choices.
Yeah, something like Stranger Things is pretty highly coveted.
There you go. Good example. Stranger Things has been making waves. You can argue it's just a Twilight Zone remake. But, I mean, there's some out-of-the-box thinking there. There's some companies taking chances. They're greenlighting some stuff that may not be guaranteed money makers.
And, I mean, while it was on, like, something like Boardwalk Empire was probably, like, one of my favorite, at least HBO series I've watched.
Yeah, I liked Boardwalk Empires quite a bit.
Obviously, it could be original because it was, biographical, so, or partly biographical, I guess.
With bulky Bart Comets. Perfect Strangers, you mean? Yeah, with bulky. Mr. Robot's an original idea. There you go. Heard good things about it. Well, and that's one of the reasons why in my Discord we actually have a whole, so what have you been watching lately? I was talking about Mind Hunters, and I thought that was surprisingly good, and nobody's heard of it. It's a Netflix original.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have Netflix. I feel like I'm like the only one who doesn't. So I didn't really know about it, but I looked it up. It, like, just by looking at the description, kind of made me think like it was kind of like Criminal Minds a bit.
It's almost the opposite of Criminal Minds.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's about the beginning of the BAU and how it got started, and instead of wrapping everything up in a nice... I've had some conversations with friends about Criminal Minds because it's kind of a guilty pleasure. If I'm just parked in front of the TV with nothing to do, Criminal Minds is kind of a default time waster of mine.
Okay, it's always on. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got 12 seasons of it on Netflix, and it's on some of the basic cable channels and things like that. But it's like, we're going to wrap everything up nice and neat, and they spend a lot of time focusing on the crime and showing what's being done to the victims. And I had a friend say she couldn't watch it anymore because it was basically just like softcore porn for psychopaths, and I kind of got that. And with Mind Hunters, it's about these two FBI agents in the mid 60s to early 70s that kind of start profiling serial killers along with the help of a psychologist. And they're working out of a basement. It was almost X-Files like, and it's all based around true cases, and they never show the crimes. They're always talked about them after the fact. They don't glamorize the FBI or the killers. And it's kind of an interesting historical look. It feels authentic.
Gotcha.
Another Netflix original they did was Narcos, about the DEA down in Colombia in the 80s. And again, it didn't glamorize the DEA, and it didn't over glamorize the drug lords either. That was just kind of a good series, because they kind of dealt with some issues fairly realistically and looked at it historically, and I'm sure a lot of it was dramatized, but it wasn't Criminal Minds or Miami Vice or any of the schlock that you get from major networks. The truth is out there, freelancer. Gore says X-Files is my favorite of all times. Yeah, Gore agrees. He gets an X-Files vibe from Mindhunter. Alright, well, I'm at 71 fishing, but that last trout has so far eluded me. Xena Warrior Princess is good. Diego's a big fan. I think we can all agree that Lucy Lawless is something special.
Another show I never watched during its original run, but I've gone back and watched it since, with Northern Exposure. That was a good show.
He just says, cop shows, I'd rather watch the real documentary type shows than you don't have to watch the tedious personal dramas.
Real ones like Reno 911.
Well, that's more documentary based. We were all very disappointed when my buddy on the sheriff's department got promoted from lieutenant to captain, because we were calling him Lieutenant Dangle for a while.
Nice.
He went to an all-boys Catholic high school, so we felt it was appropriate.
Oh my.
I just want that last trout zinger.
Yeah, Freelancer. I enjoyed Heroes. I kept on watching it. I don't really like. I was entertained enough to watch it all the way through. I know a lot of people, kind of it tailed out the last couple seasons or so, but I stuck with it.
Edith said she was mostly cooking shows and home renovations, neither of which she has any interest in doing herself. Chromite agrees that Mindhunter is great.
I'll always have MacGyver. Love MacGyver. The original, that is. I think I watched one episode of the remake, and it was like, this isn't real MacGyver, and I kind of just, lost him.
Oh, it's painful if you grew up on the originals to see like the Magnum PI or the Hawaii Five-0 reboots.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they calling that douchebag McGarrett? He's not McGarrett. Jack Lord is McGarrett. It's baffling. Couldn't even take the ads for the MacGyver remake. The trout are worth like 23 copper a piece, 29. Come on, I want that last trout. Trout, trout, give me a trout. These are the fish that I'm dreaming about. Airwolf, any show with Ernest Borgnine. They shouldn't do those as reboots, so in a new generation like their kids or something. Yeah, exactly. Funny story for you, Freelancer. Almost every RC helicopter pilot I know, if you mention Airwolf to them, their eyes just light up and they chub a little. Every RC helicopter pilot just seems to have loved Airwolf as a kid. That's an almost universal truth. I've been surprised at how consistent that's been over the years. And I too was a fan of Airwolf, which might explain my 4 RC helicopters. Really ought to get those out and fly them.
Yeah, they should do like a reboot of Lost with a bunch of kids on an island and, oh yeah, Lord of the Flies, that's it.
Wild Wild West. Mrs. Mustafa makes fun of me for liking Have Gun Will Travel. Have gun will travel reads the card of a man. It's a dumb show, but I like it.
Well, Will Smith did such a great job as the genie in Aladdin. Maybe they could bring him in to reboot Wild Wild West as a show.
They could call it Wild 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 West.
Ooh.
That'd be awesome. They'd just like elevate it to a whole nother level.
And just have the theme be like a direct rip-off of like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air or something.
Jean Bruce Scott. I thought Jan Michael Vincent had died years and years ago. I was very surprised when he actually passed away. It's like, what? He's still alive until today? Ernest Borgnine was awesome as Cabby in Escape from New York. Bits and pieces of him died over the years. Yep. More catfish, still no hot sauce. want that last trout.
There's a question that you should be able to answer for you.
How do you fish in game? Hello, Goddaughter77. You purchase or craft a fishing pole, talk to the hobby trainer, learn to fish, and then go to any body of water and cast into the water. There are lots of rewards for fishing. You can earn trophy fish. You can turn into the taxidermist for housing items. You can earn game fish, like the catfish and perch I'm catching, and characters who can cook can cook them into trail foods. You earn titles. You can earn additional special housing trophies, like the one I'm trying to get right now for completing the Trout Master deed. You can earn special character titles, like Journeyman Angler. Another rainbow trout caught.
And you can advance your fishing 10 points a day. I mean, you can keep on fishing as long as you want, but in terms of the actual advancement of your fishing skills, 10 points per day, or 10 points. I don't know. I never know exactly when when it resets, but it's kind of a weird cooldown.
Yeah, there's a tab that shows you I'm at 71 of 200, and if the bar's blue, you can advance for the day, and if it's yellow, then you're done until the next day sometime. I think it might be 24 hours.
And to cast it, you'll just have to have the rod equipped in your main hand. And in the hobby tab, there's a little icon for fishing. You can drag it into your skill bar and click it from there. It's often helpful to drag it right to your first slot so it's easy. Just press 1 to fish, and when your line starts bobbing, press 1 again.
Here's another old TV show from the past. Anybody out there ever watch Rat Patrol when they were a kid? It was about some Allied troops in North Africa, and they ran patrol jeeps against the Germans. And it was all cool because it was like jeeps with 50 cals on the back, driving around in the desert. And the bad guy later played Victor Maitland on The Young and the Restless. He also played the werewolf on Kolchak the Night Stalker. And his character's name was Captain Hauptmann, which is funny because Hauptmann is German for captain, so his name was literally Captain. Netflix actually had those available for streaming for a while and then dropped them. Might have been the only person who was watching old Rat Patrol reruns. Hi, Delarfin. Berserker Bird, or Berserker Feared. My apologies. Berserker. Wow, that's a big bag. Thank you for noticing.
I would say probably MASH is pretty much the only kind of war show I've watched, and still watch them every now and then.
MASH is a good show. Rat Patrol, Combat, The Avengers, that was Thursday night. Patrick McNee and the only woman to actually wed James Bond, Diana Riggs. How do you get a big bag? By combining your little bags. There's a tool that looks like a little settings icon, and it'll put you in edit mode. There's one stupid trout I'm still trying to catch here. Anyway, that lets you toggle between lots of small bags and one big bag. And if you go into edit mode, you can divvy up your available pack slots between the bags however you wish. You could have 3 medium bags. You could have 2 large bags, but not gigantic bags. And you can just move the stuff around however the heck you want. And if I turn edit mode off, that's my permanent storage until I go back and fix it. But you can basically divvy up the spot however works best for you. I just like having all my stuff in one big bag. That's how I roll. Your mileage may vary.
It would be awesome if they had the option where you could divvy stuff to another bag and lock that bag, so you could like organize particular consumables in that bag without it like auto sorting to everything.
Freelancer corrected me. I said Diana Riggs, and he says it's Diana Rigg. I added an S. Freelancer says, don't do it. Don't be a one big bag user.
Yeah, I don't know. I just haven't I've stuck with the same multiple bags. I just haven't adopted the big bag.
Well, I think most players got
Doesn't
better
matter.
at organizing their bags than I did. So for me to just pile all the crap into one big bag works. That's what I got used to.
Yeah. I mean, I just auto sort, so I don't even know why. It just, I don't know why it. The aesthetic just. I guess I just prefer the multiple looking bags, but whatever works. No, I'd love to them to sell more inventory space, but I understand there's probably a data limit they have on that kind of thing. With as many characters there are, and everybody having even just 5 extra pack slots would probably be quite a swell on their server.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I'm just not going to get that trout tonight, Singer. Alright, well, what's something fun and cool we could do to finish up the stream? Roving threats of Misty Mountains?
What? On Arkansas?
No. The 2 of us. Those are pretty easy roving threats. Of course, we're not 20 levels over either.
Yeah. And, haven't they all got kind of rescaled, so now they're like a million morale at least?
Yeah, there aren't any more 700,000 ones, are there?
Yeah, they kind of got bumped up when they did some of the normalizing of stats and stuff.
How about retaking Pellar gear?
Alright, just let me lock back in.
Okay, switching characters now. Anyway, that's the fishing portion of the stream. I managed to get 8 of the 9 trout that I need. We'll take another run at it some other time. we're changing characters. Let's see what the freebie is this week. Mount speed. Want to turbocharge your horse? You can do it for free with the code Mount Speed in the Lotro store. We ride for Peller Gear. Uger says, I think I fixed my audio issue, but won't know until I restart or turn off my PC and turn it on tomorrow. If I did, then I'm not a smart man. I say that because all I did was change one thing in Device Manager. I never promotions in the game before. Yeah, it's... Epic battles are not as awful as I originally thought they were.
Within Pelagia's walls, just as you promised. Aragorn and his forces wait on us, my friends. There's more to come. There is the winch. Let us open this gate. We've drawn attention. Defend the winch.
This is pretty exciting.
Super exciting. I am a quiver with anticipation.
I have a quiver on my back.
That is very hunterish of you.
For a faster mount, some of the reputation horses are a little faster, and then there's also a couple bundles in the store that you can buy that can get you up to like a
That haste guy.
is it 78% speed? Maybe? There's an apprentice apprentice pack and a journeyman pack, and each one respectively will boost your horse. Like if you want the fastest one, just get the journeyman one. The apprentice one is a little cheaper, but doesn't get you as much.
It is done. The gate is open.
And behold, there is Aragorn, there!
That's him down there. That's Aragorn.
You want to spit on him?
Nope. I think it was Lou Reed who once said, spitting in the wind blows back at you twice as hard.
I guess that also. Guess we can also throw paper airplanes at him. See who gets closest.
Nope.
Darn. Sadly, there's invisible walls. We can't jump.
That is sad. I'm gonna wait to build the ballista till after?
Yeah, we can wait till after.
Okay.
I don't think it really matters, but
The wind depends on which way the wind is blowing. That is correct.
Excellent work!
I
Join
can,
us,
I'm
it
in
appears.
tier 2 engineering.
yeah, I think I can dismantle things and move.
We just can't spike them, is that right?
Yeah, that's 5, I believe.
Pillagers everywhere. Let us rout them then. Aragorn wishes to face the entire Corsair host.
Oh, I can't dismantle.
Yeah, I think dismantle is 3.
That's a bummer. Can't do anything to these things.
It's okay.
I feel bad.
Okay. Good points.
What do you want? Caltrops, bear traps?
Whatever suits your fancy. Never know what's quite the best layout for barricades. I kind of just draw them back. If we had spikes on them, maybe more in the front would be helpful, but if we can't, more just slowing them down so they can't get back to our supplies and citizens. Spot the officer, get two-handed going. Cross your fingers for the easy side quest.
That'd be nice. Ooh, what if we get essences as reward bonuses?
A number of citizens are pinned by the
And
enemy.
we got
We
that.
must rescue them,
More
or they will
difficult.
surely be lost.
Are you going to the other side?
Yeah, unless you want me to stay and you go.
Oh. Yeah, welcome.
Alright.
Like at the epic flow pop-up, obviously I'll be jumping straight on that one. I would imagine I should be fine killing it in time. They give it you a pretty decent amount of time.
Alright, I'll just do my best to get us platinum back here. Is this like WoW but Lord of the Rings style? Yeah, it's basically the game. Looks awesome, love the movies. It's a really great recreation of the books in the game world or the movie world. And you get to interact with a lot of the main characters, and there's some great storytelling in its own right.
An enraged half
Yep,
troll
it's
has
very
come into the
faithful to
area.
this.
Defeat him before he does great damage.
You okay on the half troll?
Yep. He's almost down.
Okay. Nice. Ukturu has been defeated. Yes, honey. Lots of reasons?
Oh my gosh.
You okay over there?
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay.
Bear trap's proven to be highly useful.
Sweet.
Case in point, on my way. Oh, nice. You dropped him just as I got around the corner.
Yep. I'm jumping up to build the board.
Okay.
Do you want to take barricades with you? I can dismantle two of them.
I can't dismantle barricades.
I can dismantle two of them. You can pick up one once I dismantle it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
If you
down for
want it
that.
with you.
Yeah, no, they come in handy on that next section.
You should still be able to pick it up and drop it. You know.
Okay.
Just a
I'll
rank
just
one
cut
thing.
grappling hooks while I'm waiting for you.
The pillagers are routed. On to join
We
Aragorn
saved
at the piers.
the civilians and routed the pillagers, and
That supply almost dropped. That sometimes drops. All right, you can come over here and pick up. Yeah, the supply back here got pretty low, but fortunately,
oh, good. Okay.
good enough. Dropped a tripwire back there. Up to officer, getting two hands. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start building cap.
We must defend this spot so that Aragorn's forces are not flanked.
forget the archer. Just be careful of the deep.
The minstrel?
Well, I guess either or, but you know the poison debuffs on the archer are pretty nasty. If we get him. I don't remember what kind of debuffs the minstrel put.
Corsair minstrel has appeared in the area,
And there
shouting
he is.
insults and egging on our foes. We should dispatch with him before he whips our enemies into a frenzy.
Oh, that was weird. Oh, we killed him.
Was not expecting that.
No, I wasn't either. Maybe just retreat and should pop you close by and just pony up and ride back over.
Alright.
I'm just no. Fortunately, we got him down, and then I guess he had some kind of weird debuff. I don't really, I don't really pay attention much to those minstrel debuffs. So.
Mrs. Mustafa was asking me something right in the middle of that, so. Did we drop the minstrel at least?
Yep. No, yeah, we dropped it and we got credit for it for fun.
Okay.
We dropped it and just as it killed us. I'm just beating on these guys.
You know me, I don't mind dying myself. I just don't want him tearing down my barricade. That ticks me off.
The catapults look pretty good.
I might have my priorities backwards.
Now come! By Isildur, I call you! The dead fulfill their oath at last. Brace yourselves!
He's trying to damage my barricades. He's gonna pay.
It is won. The Corsair host is in full defeat.
Should be flat.
Nice.
Yep, pot treasure should cover good.
Awesome.
Wow.
Peller Gear is retaken.
Somehow I ended up with like 3 platinum stars and merit boxes in there.
Nice.
I don't know how it's possible.
30 stars of merit. $15 stars of merit. 15 stars of merit. Platinum box. Nice. Platinum overall. Gold, platinum, bronze, and silver. 50 stars of merit. $15 stars of merit. Master Engineer's ring. Boy, some nice jewelry upgrades.
Yeah.
That was time well spent. Alright. Another great job on Epic Battles.
All stars of merit for me. That's fun. No essences, yes.
I know you're a little disappointed. If I get some essences, I'll mail them to you. Hopefully that'll make up for it. All right. Covered a lot of ground. Awesome job tonight.
Indeed.
Wish I'd have gotten that last trout, but it is what it is. Let's take a look at anybody else who's a known quantity who's streaming Lotro. So if I'm the best we have to choose from, it's not a good night. French Girl Gaming is up. Zoe the First is up. I'd encourage you to go check out either one of those. Since French Girl Gaming is a fellow Stream Team member, we're going to raid her. And I fully expect to be back next week with Zinger. Same bat time, same bat channel. So hopefully we'll see you then.
Take care, all.